thing and somebody calls and decides, I need you to check my voicemail for me. It's like, my sister, I love her to death, but sometimes she has the worst, absolute worst timing on things. So, good afternoon, everyone. It is Thursday. We are going to be playing Surviving Mars today, and I am so excited because we have the new expansion pack, Surviving Mars Below and Beyond. It means in a whole new strike that reverse. It means a whole brand new game. We have to start a whole new save. But I did a little bit of a test run the other day when I got it, and I love it. It's going to be so much fun. It is really, really great. You know, I absolutely love this game. I have convinced a couple of people to get it, and on the 7th, when the new expansion pack came out, of course Steam was giving away Surviving Mars for free, and one of our friends came over and asked if he could play it for a little bit on my computer, and I said sure, go ahead. So he went home and picked it up, and he goes, well, how much are the expansion packs going to be? And I sat down and figured out this, the free game that I got has cost me almost $100 already. Gotta love that. It's just, to me, it's just great. There are very few games that I get for free that I will do that with. But this game, I just absolutely love it. You'll have to forgive me a little bit. My nose is a little runny today. Part of that is because I'm eating soup while I'm talking, and it's a little bit spicy. It's a shrimp and corn chowder that is absolutely delicious. Got it at Sam's the other day, and even the cat is trying to steal it from me. She's not allowed to do that. She knows better, but she tries anyway. She just has to get her share of everything. It's so funny when it's dinner time because between her and the dog, our other cat is not that way. She does not like people food. She will pretty much turn her nose up at anything you try to offer her. But Poppy, our little tabby cat, and I'm going to have to put a picture of her up at some point because she's such a pretty little girl. But she'll come up and she'll put her little paws on my leg and go, where's mine? You know? And between her and the dog, and she is the dog's best friend, the dog is her best friend, they absolutely adore each other, which is just absolutely terrific. So anyhow, here we are, and I am kind of babbling today. I have to apologize for not being here on Tuesday. My oldest son had to go to the hospital for medical testing. They were doing some tests on his heart, and he, of course, wanted me to be there. You know, mom being the important one. So, the whole trip wore me out. We had to be up and out of the house by 4:30 in the morning so that he could get his tests and everything done. And I was just so dang tired when I got home. All I wanted to do was go to bed and sleep. So, anyway, I apologize for not being here on Tuesday, and you know, I really don't know what the heck I'm doing today. It's just one of those days. It is gorgeous out. It is, you know, I might hear you better if I unmuted Twitch. That might be a good idea, Alcinor. It usually works. Good afternoon, Avernus. Glad to see you. Glad to see you today, too, Mini Flames. But, let me catch my thoughts here for a moment. Let me collect myself and see what I was going to say. I have really forgotten what I was going to say. That is so funny. Oh, tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to be doing a special stream from 5 o'clock in the evening to midnight. We are going to be streaming New World. New game that's coming out the 28th of September, so right now. Yes, a Friday night stream of Ernest. It's an open beta test that they're doing, and so I am going to take tomorrow night, since it's today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, and Saturday you've got the internet, and Sunday we've got the 2 streams, and today we've got the 2 streams. So we're going to be streaming New World on Friday, and we're going to do a fairly long stream of it so that we can actually get some real playtime in. Did a little bit of playing on it. I've watched other streamers play it during their closed beta testing, I think it was. And it looked really interesting. It was like, oh, this looks like fun. And so went ahead and pre-ordered it and got into the open beta test that started today and sat down for about 30 minutes, 40 minutes today and started playing it. And it's like, oh my God, this is going to be so much fun. I love the whole genre of MMO where you get in and you're actually able to do things with other people and have fun, and I can't wait till tomorrow. I really can't. That's gonna be a lot of fun. So let's see. New game in Surviving Mars. We are doing Farm Simulator 19 tonight. New World tomorrow. Sunday, when we come back for our story time, we are going to be doing Wandersong, something new. We're giving Octopath Traveler a break since it seems to break my computer's sound system every time we play. We're going to set that aside for a while and try something new and see how that works. And see, from what I understand, Wandersong is a very fun game. It's going to be interesting to see. I have not played it yet. It's going to be completely new. I do need to check a couple of things, though. Am I going to need my controller, or can it be done with a keyboard? So I may give it a test run Sunday morning just before we start playing so that I do have some idea of what I'm doing. I hate coming into a stream and it being absolutely cold. You can do it with a keyboard. Okay, good, Avernus. That just, to me, is the ultimate in, I hate to say rudeness to the audience, but when somebody comes into a game and they don't know what they're doing, they've got no idea what they're doing, and they're stumbling through it, it just seems like it doesn't show the game off to its best advantage. And I just find that a bit problematic. It can be hilarious. It can be absolutely hilarious. But I just find it a bit rude. And just me, I know there are streamers out there who do it, and more power to them. Not something I'm up to. So anyway, let's go ahead and start our new game and see how this goes. I think you're going to enjoy this a lot. I absolutely love this game to start with, as I've said. And the new expansion pack, Below and Beyond, is absolutely exciting to me. So here we go. We're going to start a new game. Start a survival game which allows you to choose mission sponsor, commander profile, rocket payload, and landing location. And that's what we're going to do. So give me one moment. I have to get over here and go there. All right. So here we go. All right. So our sponsor, our colony, our mission sponsor, and let's name our colony this time. something other than our colony, and we will name it Mars Eternal. What the heck, something different. All right. And our mission sponsor is the International Mars Mission. The patron country or organization standing behind the Mars mission grants funding, research, and other benefits to the colony. It's a very easy difficulty. I like that because it does let you get a lot of things set up quickly, and, maybe eventually we'll get into a hard one, but with the new expansion and everything, we're going to start with a very easy difficulty, which gives us 30,000 million or $30 billion, 5 rockets, 200 applicants. Research per soul is 300 research points. Rare metals price is 25 million. It gives us a Zeus rocket with an increased rocket payload of 70,000 kilograms. An advanced Stirling generator, which generates power and can protect from cold waves. Our colonists never get Earth sick. Food supply from passenger rockets is increased by 10, and the rockets synthesize their own fuel. Plus, we start with a self-sufficient dome prefab. That's always a good one to start with. All right, commander profile. Let's see. Let's go with, there are advantages, but let's go with city mayor. It gives us an additional 2 billion additional starting funding. Buildings require upkeep less often, and it gives us Mars Nouveau as a bonus tech. Building costs in metals and concrete are reduced by 20%. I like that advantage. All right. Our colony logo. I'm going to go down here and pick the Brussels sprouts. I love Brussels sprouts, and I just think it's hilarious to have Brussels sprouts as your logo. Okay. Our mystery. Oh, let's see. We've done the power of 3. Inner light, seize the time, live now, make now always the most precious time, now will never come again. Jean-Luc Picard. Beyond Earth, which is also easy. It isn't all over. Everything has not been invented. The human adventure is just beginning. Gene Roddenberry. What was the worst Next Generation episode? What episode was that from? I don't remember it. The Inner Light? Okay. I don't remember seeing that episode at all. I'll have to look it up. All right. Beyond Earth. The Philosopher's Stone. All the gold which is under or upon the earth is not enough to give in exchange for virtue. And that is Plato. And we can keep going. Artificial intelligence. I'm putting myself to the fullest possible use, which is all I think that any conscious entity can ever hope to do. HAL 9000. It puts Picard through that thing where he's in the body of some guy in a civilization that died, and the beacon's there to ensure their culture isn't lost, and he can play the flute after that episode. I like that episode! I do. I like that episode. That was a good episode. Okay. And let's see. Spheres is a normal mission. Never fire a laser at a mirror, says Larry Niven. That's actually a good idea. I think what we're going to do though is we are going to go with let's go with Beyond Earth. I think that will be a good one. And we'll take that. Now, question, do we want rival colonies? And if so, do we want 1, 2, or 3? Choose a rival colony to compete against. They will compete for milestones and planetary anomalies and give you the opportunity to trade resources with them. The fact that you can trade resources could be extremely helpful, because sometimes you do end up in need of something and it not be there. Like rare metals, for one. I think let's get at least one. And I think we will take Europe. They always offer research points for any tradable resource. And gains funding whenever a tech is researched. Initial standing is neutral. Development speed is normal. And their bias is research. Might not be a bad idea. So we'll take Europe. And then that's going to be we could take the USA. Receives periodic funding. Initial standing is neutral. Development speed is expansive and their bias is colonists. Could help us get some colonists pretty quickly too. Alright, we'll say, no, we're just going to take Europe as our one rival. That's what I was looking for. That was the term, rival. Okay. Alright, so let's look at game rules. New, no below and beyond. Nope, we're not going to take that one. New, active plate tectonics. Underground quakes rating set to a new max level for all locations on Mars. Shaken, not stirred. James Bond. Incompatible with no below and beyond. I don't think I want that one. Let's see. Let's take prefab colony. Begin with free prefabs for all buildings necessary for a small colony. Geez, all that money we waste on space exploration. Just think how many bombs that would buy, said Craig Bruce. I don't want to take easy maintenance, even though it would be good because it disables achievements, and I do like getting my achievements. So that's pretty much the only thing that we're going to take is the prefab colony. Oh, we could take more applicants, 500 additional applicants. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Leonardo da Vinci. We'll go ahead and take that one. Tech variety. Tech fields are randomized during different playthroughs on the same map. Unlike with chaos theory, some technologies are guaranteed to appear early or late. In fact, the mere act of opening the box will determine the state of the cat, although in this case there were 3 determinate states the cat could be in, these being alive, dead, and bloody furious. Terry Pratchett. He is a very good writer, I'll say that. He was a very good writer. I have not read all of his Discworld books. I do have them all, I think. But the ones I've read, I have absolutely enjoyed. Amateurs, no specialist applicants. The learning and knowledge that we have is at the most but little compared with that of which we are ignorant, says Plato. And what these do, they basically just change the conditions. They make the game harder or easier as you go on. No, we are not taking Armageddon. I don't want more meteors. Dust storm rating set to a new max level for all locations on Mars. No. Can't import food from Earth. I have yet to need to do anything like that other than the food the colonists bring. But No, we're not going to click on that. Inflation, import prices increase over time? No. Rocket travel time to and from Mars is 3 times longer. No, that's incompatible with fast rockets. Can call a passenger rocket only once. No, thank you. Okay, I think we've got it set with more applicants prefab colony. I think that's enough rules. And let's go ahead and go back, and we will go ahead and start our game. So here we go. Mars Eternal. All right, so that's going to give us 3 prefab buildings, which are a drone hub, a moisture vaporator, and an advanced Stirling generator. Okay. What else are we getting to take with us? 1 RC commander, 1 explorer, 1 transport, 6 drones, 15 polymers, 15 machine parts, 10 electronics, and 4 orbital probes. Okay, looks good. Here we go. And now we're going to select our colony site. I like this one particular site. It's got such good stats, and this is Marineris Alpha, and it has a good amount of metals, a fair amount of concrete, plenty of water, and very low threats. That makes it well worth taking in my book. So let's go ahead and take that. And here we go.
Welcome to Mars.
So Mission Control log number 1. Welcome to Mars. Everyone at Mission Control is impatient to see the rocket touching down and unloading its precious cargo, our remotely controlled eyes and hands on the red planet, the drones and rovers. Our goal is to secure a foothold for humanity by building the first Martian dome. This daunting endeavor will allow the brave pioneers, the founders, to settle on Mars and prove that the colony is sustainable. But until then, we have to make sure the colony has enough construction resources, water, oxygen, and power. All right, here we go. And let's designate a landing site for the rocket. A promising area has already been scanned for resources. Select the rocket from the highlighted icon at the bottom of your screen. I've got to figure out how to turn the hints off because we've done this several times. We have no active research. We have a terraforming hint. We have exploration, and Sector B6 is scanned. There are 795 concrete, 18 metals in that sector. So first thing, we're going to clear that one. Exploration. Select a sector to scan. All right, we can do that. Our rocket is fine right now. It's not going to crash, so let's go ahead, and that is not the right button. There it is. Map overview. Okay. We're going to go ahead and scan this sector, this one, this one, this one. And we're just going to go Alt F4 will turn off hints. Thank you, Elsinore. And this gives us a good setup for our scanning. I actually like to land in this area in Sector 2. Don't do it? Why not do it? Okay, So we've got everything pretty much set up for that. Let's go ahead and look at our research. Might as well go ahead and get things researching now. And research will unlock various benefits for the colony. Researching any technology will make a new technology in its field available for research. Changing your active research will preserve the progress of the previously researched technology. All right, think about it. It's a Windows thing to kill a process. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, no, I'll leave them go. I just really don't. I hate to say I don't like to have the hints. They pop up in a most inopportune area, if you know what I mean. All right. So the first thing that we are going to research is we can go with low G shaft tunneling, recon and expansion. Building gives us a building elevator. Connects the Martian surface to the Martian underground to transport resources, vehicles, prefabs, and colonists. Those who go beneath the surface do so at their peril, said Oscar Wilde. And this is a new research tree from Below and Beyond. So we'll go ahead and we're going to take that, but we're not going to put it first in our list. First, we are going to put under engineering the decommission protocol, which allows the clearing of salvaged and destroyed buildings. We have reached the point where we must do away with old buildings on Mars to make way for new ones. And we'll take that one. And let's go ahead and take low G drive. Drones and rovers move 20% faster. An engine design optimized for low-gravity environments. And under physics, let's go ahead and take extractor amplification. Extractors upgrade, amplify, increases production by 25%, but also increases power consumption by 10%. Or by 10 powers. All right. From the first day to this, sheer greed was the driving spirit of civilization, says Friedrich Engels. And let's see, we still have two more, so we're going to go ahead and, take low G fungi, which will give us a fungal farm, an outdome building that produces food. All fungi are edible. Some fungi are only edible once, says Terry Pratchett. And then, of course, the elevator, the low G shaft tunneling. And that's got our research all set up, and now we can go ahead and I want to do something really fast. I'm going to use one of our probes to scan Sector 2 immediately. Sector scanned. Because that's really where I want to land. All right, and that gives us another one we can set up. Let's go ahead and... yeah, we'll go ahead and land our ship in Sector 2, and that way we can then start with getting some real work done. And let's get rid of the pick a landing site. Ideally, this location would be in a large flat area near discovered resource deposits. We'll get rid of that hint. I need to scroll out just a wee bit so that I am where I want to be. And it's really touchy today. Ah, there we go. All right, so we're going to land our rocket right about here. That's a good spot for it to be. And it says it's not scanned, but we have actually scanned it. So we will land our rocket, let's say, am I in the right place that I wanted? There's an anomaly, there's a research point. Okay, we're going to land it right here. And that puts it close enough for our RCs to get where we need them to go. Okay, so to pan the camera, we use the WASD keys. Tilt and rotate is hold the mouse wheel, or Alt and move the mouse. Zoom is the mouse wheel, and then we go on with permanent buildings. So yeah, everything that we pretty much already know from other weeks of playing. The first thing we're going to do, though, is we're going to take our little RC Explorer and send it over here to this anomaly and get it scanning. And what is that? Ah, now that's really interesting. That is going to be a way down below the surface. So that's going to be cool. That we have a tunnel down already. That is going to be great. And let's see, how much concrete do we have here? 732. $1,980 units of concrete, very low grade. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us. Let's go ahead and set up a couple of depots. Excuse me for just one moment. I need to turn off something real fast. Yes, I know I went quiet, Elsinore. I was trying to mute Discord in the background. So, okay. So we can change the game speed using the controls on the HUD or the following: space, plus, minus keys. All right. So, right now we have our Explorer doing its thing, analyzing an anomaly, and I'm trying to find where that bloody... Okay, there we go. So now we need to set up a concrete manufacturing, a concrete extractor. No, the sound hadn't gone out. That was me. All right, and...
Milestone achieved.
Oh, we've achieved a milestone. How about that? First things first, and then we will look at that. We'll put our concrete extractor over here. And we're going to need a cable connection, so we will go ahead and set that up. And we have 6 regular Stirling generators along with our advanced Stirling generators. So we'll just use one of the regular ones. Drop it right there. And that will give it a connection to the Concrete extractor in just a minute. And let's go ahead and take a look at our milestone. We have scanned an anomaly. And our message, the underground, view message. We discovered a deep pit that connects to a network of caverns and lava tubes. Our initial scans show some odd readings. We should be able to build an elevator to get vehicles and resources down. The low gravity on Mars allows for much larger lava tubes and caverns than on Earth. Inside, the temperatures are a lot less extreme, and they provide protection from hazards on the surface. Because of this, researchers believe life on Mars, if it exists at all, will most likely be found in the underground. The pit is big enough to send one RC Explorer down. However, it is a one-way trip for now. What should we do? All right, should we send the RC Explorer down, or let's research the elevator instead? We've already got the elevator lined up for research. I think I would prefer to just go ahead and research it instead. I would rather not lose my RC Explorer. To be honest, we might need it up on top pretty soon, you know. You never know with these things. So let's research the elevator instead. All right, so we've got the concrete extractor being built, a Stirling generator put out for it, and when multiple maps are available, ooh, this is a new tip. When multiple maps are available, the map switch panel is added to the UI in the bottom right of the screen. Each map has its own button. Use it to switch between your colony maps. The map switch panel shows the number of notifications for each map in the form of a number on the top right corner of the button. This number turns red if urgent matters require your attention. Check on the different maps regularly to keep an eye on the number of resources present there and address any urgent issues. All right, so let's see. We have the surface of Mars and the main location of our colonization efforts. Or Mars and... Wow, that was not what I had thought would happen. The world below the Martian surface, dark tunnels and caves hide a wealth of resources that could help us establish a successful colony on the red planet. So we have gone to the Mars underground. Let's see, drones will stockpile all kinds of resources into a universal depot. Consider placing a depot near each of your outposts. You can also construct specialized depots. Okay, so we have not got to worry about that. Underground exploration. In the Martian underground, resource deposits and anomalies are hidden. Use RC rovers to uncover any deposit or anomaly that are near the rover's path. Once they are revealed, they remain visible on the map even if there is no source of light present to illuminate the area. All right. And switching maps we've already read. Okay, so let's go ahead and switch back to the surface of Mars. Here we go. And our concrete extractor is up and powered. We do need to put a supply dump for it. Large dumping site, because we do not want to have waste rock in our way. And we'll put that right there. And now we need a couple of supply depots for the stuff on the rocket that we need to get down. Okay, so there we go. And we'll use a universal depot. And we'll just stick it right over here out of the way. There we go. And just to get prepared, let's go ahead and we'll get a concrete depot and a metals depot. Now, that's that set up. We need to find our RC transport, and we're going to go ahead and set this little sweetheart up on a trip to bring metals back. And I know we have located some. There's not a lot over here, but it will work as a starting point. And we'll just have her collect those and bring them back to the depot. And this is why I really do not like the hints, because they do just get up in the way. There we go. Oh, no, that was not what I wanted to do. Dang it. And I always have to remember, do not click the right key or the right mouse button on those things. There we go. There. Okay, so our RC transport is set up. Our RC Explorer is just sitting there doing nothing at the moment because we don't need her to do anything at the moment. We've got a research point here, which is not a bad idea. That's a good place for our dome to go. Over here we've got two concrete locations, the metals that we're going to get. And let's take a look at how our scanning is doing. We can go ahead and set up that area as Sector 9 to be scanned. And it's slowly but surely scanning. We're at 78% of Sector C6. Okay, so that's pretty good for that. How's our research going? Our decommission protocol is 56% of the way done. So now it's just a matter of hurry up and wait. And let's check on our rocket. The rocket is 4 out of 50% refueled. We do have the advantage of, let me look. Yes, we have 3 moisture evaporators, a Moxie, that's not bad. Water tank. We could go ahead and, if we have the fuel depot, or that's what I'm looking for. Yes, we have a fuel refinery. We can set up a fuel refinery, which requires water, and go ahead and start making fuel, which is usually really helpful. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and we're going to set up a fuel refinery, and we'll just go ahead and set it up nearby so that everything is pretty much in the same area. So the fuel refinery is getting built, and because we're building a fuel refinery, we need a moisture evaporator, which produces water from the atmosphere. Production lowered when placed near other evaporators. No production during dust storms. We have 3 of them. They require 5 units of power. Okay. We will go ahead and set it up. Let's set it up right here, and they both need power. So we'll go ahead and grab one of our Stirling generators and slide that puppy right in. Oh, let's just slide that puppy right there. Okay. Now that gives us a chance to get our power lined up, and as soon as the moisture evaporator is built, we can add a water tank and pipes to get that all lined up. Okay, so now that it's built, even though we're waiting on the generator to be built, let's go ahead and find our water tank. And I kind of want to rotate it a little bit so that everything just lines up nice and neat there. All right, and now we do need to run some cable between everything. There we go. And of course, our water lines, our pipes. And we should pretty much be able to do it all in one quick... There. That's good. And let's go ahead and give our power grid a little more power. There we go. By opening our Stirling generator. So now the only thing we're waiting on is the pipes to be built and the fuel will be being made. So let's go ahead and add one more depot. And what we're going to add is a fuel depot so that everything is nice, neat, and tidy. There we go. So the advantage to using the Stirling generators over, say, solar power or wind power is the Stirling generators, one, they make more power than either the solar panels or the wind wind turbines. And two, they don't ever stop. The solar panels, of course, only work when the sun is up. The wind turbines only work if the wind is blowing. On some of them, they do turn. The one that makes more power, they don't. And quite frankly, I prefer the Stirling generators. It's a more steady supply of what we need. All right, so we are still getting everything unloaded. It looks like our drones are going over here and gathering up metal, and that's not a bad thing. Let's see where our RC transport is, because it was in the middle of bringing us metals. Okay, opening the build menu. Did you know you can open the build menu with right click or B? Yes, I know. But that's not what I'm looking for. All right, where is the RC transport? It is on a transport route. There she goes. So she is still loading up the metals that are over here, gathering up the resources that are over here. All right. So we've got that going on, and we are producing concrete, and we are producing fuel. How much fuel are we producing? 12 units of fuel per soul. Not bad. It takes 5 power and 1 water. And we are now putting our water output is a production unit of 1. Our demand is a production unit of 1. We have a maximum output of 10. We have no stored water because it's all going to the fuel refinery. We do have 2 more moisture evaporators, and that I think what we're going to do is go ahead and put one of them out so that we can start building some water for later. And we could put it closer, but they interfere with each other. If we put one, let's see, if we line it up here, that's not a bad location, and it will actually, we can run it off the same Stirling generator and run the pipes over and get that water tank filled. Let's just turn it a little bit. There we go. And I can foresee a time when we will actually have an entire line of moisture vaporators. All right, sensor towers significantly boost your scanning speed for nearby sectors. They also give advanced warning for disasters. Note that sensor towers require electrical power that must be provided by a power generating building, such as a large solar panel. And we will go ahead, that's not a bad idea to go ahead and put a sensor tower in this location, since, of course, this is where we basically have our entire colony to date. And we do need power lines. So let's go ahead and we will run power cable to the Stirling generator, which also lets us run power line to the sensor. There we go. All right. Not interested in a Moxie quite yet. Let's get that out of the way. So those are just waiting now on the power line. And for our moisture vaporator, it is also waiting on, of course, piping. There we go. So we've lined up our piping. It goes pretty much right over the power line. Still getting our power lines lined up and powered. And we're producing 20, using 10. The moisture vaporator is going to use 5, so that'll be 15 and 1, 2. So we'll be using 17 out of our 20 units of power. Let's go ahead and save up the other units of power by putting in a power accumulator. And we'll line it up with our fuel production. There we go. And that way it will build up some and we won't have to worry about too much at first. Okay. Ooh, we found a new anomaly in Sector C6. Oh, and let's go ahead and get rid of that terraforming hint for right now. All right, new anomaly. So we are going to go ahead and call our RC Explorer over to scan that anomaly. And for our RC transport, let's go ahead and queue up these resources too. And I'm trying to remember, I think it's this button. Nope. So, no, that is not it. All right. Let me see. First, we did she finish? No, first we're going to have her gather metals here. And take them and unload them here. And then I'm trying to remember how to do this, how to queue it. It's they don't give a very good explanation on how to queue things up. So I guess we'll just leave it for now. We've got metals being picked up over here, and that's fine. So, and how is our rocket doing? Oh, 16% or 16 units of fuel out of 50. How's our research going? The beginning parts of this game, you spend a lot of time just going back and forth between screens, figuring out what's going on. All right, decommission protocol is 90% done. So we are almost done. This is something I do like that they've added, is you can actually now adjust where on the queue a research item is. So like we could move low G shaft tunneling up, which might not be a bad idea. Let's move that up so that we can get our explorer down into the hole that we found pretty quickly. And we're just going to move it up before low G drive. There we go. Doesn't matter if they go any that much faster in the beginning, but that tunnel is going to come in handy. So there we go, and we're going to move extractor amplification down below low G fungi. There we go. So now our research is better lined up for what we're doing. Let's check our sector scanning. We can add a new sector. We'll take this one here. I tend to like going around in a circle, just the way I am. Sorry. Okay. So we've got a lot of drones just sitting around doing nothing. We could put in a drone hub, which will come in handy once our ship takes off. One thing I do want to do is put a landing pad. It helps keep down dust for the next ships that come in. So we're going to go ahead and just to the side of where the ship is that we have put in, we'll put a landing pad. And then just next to that, we will put one of our drone hubs. And we'll have to put a Stirling generator, of course, but that's fine. It will be helpful to have another one in producing things right now anyway. There we go. So this will help keep dust down off of everything, which comes in handy because, to be honest, everything looks really bad when it's covered in red dust. So everything is happily being built. And that should, if I remember correctly, we have 10 drones. Building that drone hub should give us another 2. Okay, so right now we have 13 waste rock, 10 electronics, 1 unit of fuel, 15 machine parts, 13 polymers, 11 units of concrete, and 44 units of metal saved up. Not too shabby a start, to be honest. It's actually a pretty good start. And our ship is almost 40% fueled, which is not going to be too bad. This is a pretty satisfying game, though. You know, the more you build, the more satisfying it gets. Which is why I'm so excited about the Below and Beyond, is because that adds such a new dimension to things. There's our landing pad built and our drone hub, which lets our drones have somewhere new to get powered. And it has 4 drones, so that gives us 14. Not too bad. Not too bad at all.
Anomaly analyzed.
All right, so our anomaly has been analyzed. New techs are available.
Had found buried treasure the way our scientists were reacting. It was a sulfur-rich regolith.
The Explorer vehicle gathered various soul samples from far and wide around the anomaly site and fed us the data. For hours, the telemetry was filled with buzzing chatter as the scientists at Mission Control discussed the implications of the element and made inventive plans about the future. The time of the expedition was limited, and we urged them to make a final decision. So, we can concentrate effort on gathering as many samples as possible, which gives us 1,000 research points, or focus on geochemical analysis of the most sulfide-rich samples, which reduces the cost of engineering techs by 10%. Reducing the cost of our engineering techs is going to be a good one because we have a lot to research. So we're going to go ahead and take that. There we go.
Research complete.
And our decommission protocol is now complete. Yay. So we also have new techs available for research, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. All right, so what that has given us under engineering is low-G high-rise apartments, residential building that houses many colonists. Not really necessary at this point since we don't have any colonists yet. And fuel compression. Rocket cargo space increased by 10,000 kilograms. The fuel section is by far the largest and, when full, the heaviest part of any rocket. This makes developing more compressed fuels especially important when striving to bring more to Mars with fewer rockets. So the research cost for that is 1,350 research points. Cost reduction is 10%. So we're going to go ahead and add, let's see, we have drone swarm is available. We're going to go ahead and add fuel compression. Anything that lets us get more stuff and saves us fuel is better to have. Okay, so there we go. And we are now researching the low-G shaft tunneling. I cannot wait to see what it's going to look like under Mars. This is going to be fun. And our ship is now at 21 units of fuel out of 50. Let's go ahead. Much as I hate to, I have found that when you speed time up too much, we have a sector scanned. When you speed time up too much in these games, you end up getting lost and things fall apart. But because we are really still in the early game, it's not going to hurt too much to speed it up a bit and get through some of this research. So here we go. We're going to speed that up. The only thing we really have to keep an eye on at this point is our rocket and our transport. Our transport right now is on a transport route bringing metals in, and our rocket is being refueled. That's the bit that, if we can get the rocket back to Earth and we can get the metals picked up, we can then start moving forward a little bit more. Plus, since we are researching the elevator, that will give us a chance to drop our... love watching the shadows come across this as night falls. And just look at that sky. That is so pretty. But anyway, yeah, this will give us a chance to drop our RC Explorer down the shaft and get it going, looking for anomalies down there. I don't think we have any more that it needs to worry about right now. Nope. We have a... Looks like we do have something here. An anomaly. So let's go ahead and send our RC Explorer there to check that out. And we'll see what that one has to offer us. All right. And it's not doing a bad job. It's going pretty fast. Mostly because we do have the setting up, but still. All right, we've got 75 metals, 76. 22 units of concrete. We're not doing too badly to start this game off, that's for sure. We do need some more RC Explorers and probably some more, well, we do need some more transports. So one of the things I do want to do,
Anomaly analyzed.
let's look at this anomaly first, and then we're going to go get a cargo rocket up. All right, so new techs are available for research. Let's see what the message says.
We've discovered a magnificent vista at the site of the anomaly.
Even after watching the cold splendor of the Red Planet for so long, Mission Control was awestruck by the beautiful footage provided by our intrepid reconnaissance vehicle. Effect, 50 new applicants are available on Earth. Let's hope we never tire of this beauty. Okay, so that's not bad at all. Okay. Right now, the first thing I want to do, though, before we do anything else, is we're going to go ahead and get a resupply rocket, get a cargo rocket up, and on it we are going to bring up, let's bring up 3 more transports, another explorer, and just because we don't want to bring up a ship that isn't fully loaded, let's bring up 2 orbital probes, which we haven't finished using the ones we already have, but that will help. 1, 2, 15 electronics, 15 machine parts, and 15 polymers. We still have 10,000 kilograms we can load. So let's go ahead and bring up 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 more drones. That'll give us 20, and that's not a bad start. And we still have 4,000 kilograms available. Wait a minute. Where did my... That took away my RC Explorers. That took away my Explorers. Why did that take away my Explorers? Okay, so we can get... Okay, so when I added things, it actually took my Explorers off. Oh, I didn't have Explorers. I had transports. Space Underground Atlanta Bar. Where's the little Billy with his singing flute? Alcinor, you have space bars on the brain. I'm telling you. All right. So we only need 1 more Explorer. And that will let us get our 6 drones. And yeah, we still have 4,000 kilograms left. But I think that's not a bad load anyway. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, there we go. So we're getting 10 more drones for a total of 24. 3 transports, which will give us 4. 1 more Explorer, which will give us 2. And 2 seems to be a good number. Plus 2 more orbital probes and 15 each of polymers, machine parts, and electronics. Not a bad load. All right, so we'll launch that ship. And it will come down on our landing pad when it gets to Mars. All right. 42 out of 50 units of fuel aboard Perseverance. And now what we can do, since we do have a second ship coming, is we can actually take a look at planetary anomalies and see if there are any we want to send things off to. All right. So right now, the colony of Europe has researched low-G fungi, constructed a concrete extractor, imported electronics, and constructed a MOXIE. Our big thing is worrying about whether they are going to beat us to having colonists. Hopefully not. Let's see if there are any planetary anomalies to look at. Nope, not yet. All right, so everybody is pretty calm right now. That's not too bad. Ooh, we can contact them. Let's see. Diplomacy with Europe. Good day, Commander. How is your colony holding up? Offer resources, initiate trade, exchange technology, request resources, insult, or close. Let's go ahead and just close it for right now. I don't know that we are in a position to offer them anything yet. I mean, we could offer them some metals maybe, but that's about it. Yeah, let's go ahead and just close it for now. All right. So with no planetary anomalies to go to, Perseverance can go back to Earth in a short bit. And we are, right now, building up. Okay. I'm going to pause the game for a moment and line up our RC transport. I just want to find some metals that are available for her to pick up. We'll go ahead and get these over here. And bring them back over here. There we go. And that just gets those out of the way and slows the clock back down. There we go. I watched another streamer play this the other day when the expansion pack first came out, and I have to admit I was cringing the whole time because he didn't seem to have an idea of what he was doing, and he was trying so hard to play it nicely. But it was a total disaster while I was watching it. It was a good thing I had some other things I had to do because I was just absolutely cringing watching it. Because it is so fun, but if you go into it blind, you don't know what you're doing. It's going to take a little bit to get it all figured out. And I did come in pretty early into his stream while he was doing it, so hopefully he got it all worked out a little later and had a great one, but yeah. Alright, so let's check our research. We are 31% of the way through researching low G shaft tunneling. Estimated remaining time for Souls 15 hours. So yeah, we need to go ahead and just speed time up again to get that taken care of, which will also get our next ship down. And this one is fully fueled. Perseverance is fully fueled. She can go back to Earth. There we go.
Milestone achieved.
Which gives us another milestone. Launch a rocket from Mars. 250 research points. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Every time we do that, every time we achieve a milestone and get those points, it makes us that much closer to finishing our research trees, and that is a good thing. So we can exit that one. All right. And there's our transport, just happily loading metals. That's the nice thing. They give you a fairly big area for them to be to do things in. All right. And Trust is here with her load of things. So we'll go ahead and land her on the rocket pad. And it's nighttime again. There we go. And we are 55% of the way through our research. All right. So one of the things we're going to do, let's take our other RC Explorer. Let's take number 2. And we are going to send her down the shaft even before we have our elevator done. At 56%, it won't be long and we'll be able to get her back up. But this will give us a chance to go down and see what's going on down there. All right, so come on, down you go. This is neat. I have never done this before. Oh, goodness. All right, now, the question is, how do we get her to go down the shaft? Ah, apparently we can't because we didn't choose that option to start with, which is really kind of sad when you think about it. All right. Go to Mars Underground. Let's see. And it is dark, and there is nothing down here. Okay. So darn it. We can't do it yet. We got to wait that last 43% of our time. So we'll go ahead and get that finished by speeding up our clock. But we do have an explorer. Excuse me. I do know how to speak, believe it or not. We have an explorer to go down there and do that. All right, let's look at our scanning. We'll set up 7, 8, and 9. Okay, go back out there. I want to look at something. We have 77, no, we have 8 metals loose on the surface in that one. 9 in there. 5 in this sector. All right, I'm going to grab an RC transport.
Sector scanned.
And have it come over here and gather up metals. And then it can go back and deposit them. And we have sector scanned, so let's go ahead and see. It's got 27 in that sector. Let's go ahead and find another RC transport. All right, I know I saw them. Where were they? And we'll just have it come over here and gather up metals. Setting them up to scan to get metals and everything from wherever is, it can be such a pain sometimes. All right, and this one is idle. We'll just have her come over and gather up all the metals in this area and bring them back. There we go. So now that's got all of our transports are busy gathering up metals for us. We have one building not working. Our concrete extractor is not working. Why is our concrete extractor not working? So let's take a look. And the waste rock storage is full. So we actually need more waste rock storage. Okay. Not a problem. I could have sworn I put out a large dumping spot. But we do need to move an RC control drone commander this way. All right, so let's find our drone commander. And bring it over this way. There we go. All right, so we also need to put a power accumulator or two, but we'll start with one and open up this particular generator. There we go. So that we have more power saved up. There we go. 87% of the way through our research. Not too bad. All right. Hey, Alcinor, how about some tea? Oh, goodness. We need more storage space in our depots. So we need to put another metals depot in. So let's go ahead and we'll just line that up right there along behind the first one. There we go. Love watching the little drones work. They're so fast. 92% of the way through our research on our low G shaft tunneling. And Trust is fully refueled and ready to go. So we'll go ahead and send her back to Earth too. And there she goes. Excuse me. I thought I had put some power accumulators over here. I like to have lots of power accumulators because we are producing so much. And it's better to go ahead and have it all taken care of before we get to the point we need them. And we're just going to put 2 in there so that we can open this generator too. There we go. 99% of the way done on the elevator, and there we go, 100%.
Research complete.
All right, our concrete extractor is not working again. Let's pause and see why. And see, stored concrete is full. So we need to actually send an RC transport over to unload the concrete from the extractor and bring it and put it in storage over here. There we go. Turn that on. Yeah, and that'll give us enough time to get that all built up. All right. So now we can look at our research. And we have an empty slot. Self-sufficient lighting, building light tripod. These lights function without being connected to a power grid, perfect for lighting hard-to-reach places. May it be a light to you in dark places when all other lights go out. J.R.R. Tolkien. I have to say, The Lord of the Rings is one of my favorite series of books. And that line has always been one of my favorites. And because we do really need it pretty quickly, we're going to move it up the list. Move low G fungi down because we don't need it quite yet. Not as much as we do the self-sufficient lighting and the fuel compression. And actually, fuel compression can go up a little higher too, and extractor amplification can go down. There. Okay, so there we've got it all set up again. Okay. Now we get to look and see about building an elevator. So let's go ahead and look and see where that falls. A drone hub, recharge station, sensor tower, landing pad, trade pad, tunnel, elevator. Can transport vehicles, colonists, and resources between the surface and the Martian underground. Cost is 80 concrete, 20 metals, 10 machine parts. Consumption is 10 units of power. Maintenance is 1 machine part. All right. And we have a blocking object. Okay, so let's go ahead and first we are going to move our explorer. And we'll just move her over there. And no cable connection. Not a problem. We're going to put an advanced Stirling generator on this. Let's turn it, see what we get. You cannot turn it. Okay. There we go. Oh, and we found 3 new anomalies in our next sector that was scanned. So once we have this being taken care of, let's go ahead and... Did it say how much power it needed? Open up the moonshine. Marshine? Yes, Marshine. There you go. All right, 10 power units. So we definitely need an advanced Stirling generator on this. And we will put it over to this side. Right there. Okay. Though actually, no, it would still be moonshine even on Mars because Mars does have moons. All right, let's go ahead and look at our new anomalies and find our RC Explorer. Have her scan that one. Shift right click, that was what it was. Okay. So let's go ahead and zoom out. And then we can zoom in over here and go shift right click and shift right click, and there. Now we have Explorer 1 is analyzing all the anomalies up top. Explorer 2 is waiting on the elevator to be built to go underground. And Sector D4 has no resources. That's kind of sad. Rocket fuel. Yeah. Is that what they're calling it these days? All right, so the Stirling generator is almost built. We are still waiting on concrete and metals and machine parts for the elevator. But once that's done, it shouldn't take too long. So anyway, 12 out of 64 concrete, 13 out of 16 metals. I wonder. I do have this little one sitting here. Let's go ahead and load resources. And bring them over here. There we go. That'll make it a little faster. Oh goodness. It's only unloading one concrete. That's so funny. So if we found one of our not driving transports, and we brought it over here and collected up all the concrete, and then brought it over here, it's a little bit faster than waiting on the drones to come pick it up themselves. Not that we actually have a lot of concrete lined up right now, made right now, which is hilarious to me. Normally I have a lot more concrete at this point than I do right now. Part of the issue is only having the one extractor. All right. We are now 45.9 out of 64
You done with that?
units of concrete.
When I answered you, I paused the stream.
Excuse me one moment. Okay, so that was funny to find out. Apparently, when I asked Alcinor to make me a cup of tea, he paused the stream. How he did that, I don't know. I didn't know it was possible, but he did. So, I don't know what was missed. I don't know where we were. Anyhow, going on, we have almost got enough concrete to build this elevator. Alcinor is a man of many talents. Yes, he is. He can make tea and pause streams at the same time. K is the shortcut for pulse. I didn't know the stream had a pulse. So I'm learning new things today. Okay. All right, we have an anomaly analyzed. Let's view the message.
Readings told us it was a vein rich with ore, but the data turned out to be incorrect. Under those fine red sands lay the intact hull of a rover.
We immediately recognized it. Curiosity. A historic finding that stretched its hand in a welcoming gesture through the years back to the first missions on the Red Planet. It belonged in a museum, but on the other hand was an opportunity to gain more parts that we could rarely get our hands on. It was a tough decision. So we can send Curiosity back to Earth and receive $500 million in funding, or we can display it as a monument in the colony, which reduces the cost of social techs by 10%. That's not a hard one. We'll reduce the cost of social techs. Curiosity should stay on Mars. There we go. So, it belongs in a museum? Yeah, I'm of two minds on that. I really am. I like the idea that it lowers the cost of getting some of this research done. So, yeah, we're keeping her on Mars. Alright, 55.3 out of 64 concrete units. Come on, let's get the rest of our concrete. I want to get this elevator built. Wow, we even have drones that are just sitting there not doing anything and need to be getting this power accumulator built. So let's send the drone commander over so that they will have something to control them. There we go. And now maybe they will actually do what I've asked them to do. Our drone's load is low right now, so they're not actually being overworked. So that's good. All right. And 57.3. It's like, good Lord. Okay, let's speed it up a bit. 32% of the way on our low-G drive. Researching low-G drive, I thought we had changed that to the lighting. No, low-G drive and then self-sufficient lighting. That's good. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave that set up that way for right now. And we have a building not working. Who's not working now? The concrete extractor. Why is it not working? It is broken down. It needs a machine part. Wonderful. Do we have a drone going over to get a machine part to fix it?
Breakthrough discovered.
Ooh, a breakthrough. Anomaly analyzed.
We've just confirmed the location of a metal-rich deposit. A drilling accident turned to our advantage.
We lost a drilling probe while trying to analyze this anomaly. The signal was suddenly lost, and we got the tingling feeling that we would get lucky with the second one. The operators were extra careful, and the second insertion revealed a vast network of underground cavities beneath the hard rock plate. On top of that, we managed to get in contact with the first probe, which had fallen through in another section of the crust faults. We used the two probes as triangulation points for telemetry and pinpointed the location of the deposit. Effect: discovered a metal deposit. Okay, so that's not bad. Plus, we have a breakthrough discovered: neural empathy. And it is a rare trait, empath. Empaths raise the morale of all colonists in the dome. The effect stacks with other empaths. The human brain has 100 billion neurons, each neuron connected to 10,000 other neurons. Oh, goodness. Let's go into the research section so that we can finish reading that. Sitting on your shoulders is the most complicated object in the known universe. Michio Kaku. I absolutely love listening to Michio Kaku talk. The man is absolutely brilliant, and he makes physics so much fun. He really does. Absolutely brilliant man. I had the fun of listening to him on After Midnight with Art Bell years ago, and it just he is so interesting to listen to. He has such an enthusiasm of things. All right, so we are still not working. Anomaly
Get up
analyzed.
close and personal with Mars, and you'll find it's anything but barren. We found another treasure in the form of a small deposit of a germanium-rich mineral.
The purity of the germanium found in the vein is amazing, which our scientific team presumes is due to the millennia-long loss of volatiles in the Martian atmosphere. Germanium started out as the humble ecosilicon proposed by Mendeleev, and for almost a century it was discerned as a useless metal, only for late 20th century discoveries to make it one of the cornerstones of modern electronics. Effect discovered rare metals deposit. Okay, so that's not bad. We are actually finding quite a bit of stuff. And we do need to bring some parts to get our concrete extractor fixed. So let's see, it needs a machine part. Let's see, let's find a drone that's just sitting around and have it pick up a machine part. And carry it over here. There, that will get that fixed and up and running again. And we have a new special project, Launch SETI Satellite. Plus we have found 4 planetary anomalies. Wonderful. All right, now we can actually start using our ships from Earth. And I'm going to pause for a moment. And let us go ahead and take a look and see what we have up here. All right, Project Mist. Multiple strange signals detected over time can all be traced to this area. It is now nicknamed The Zone. It needs 5 crew of any specialization. We don't have any people yet, so we can't send anybody there. We could send an RC Explorer to Project Champion. A spectrographic sweep of the location caught telltale signs of fluorine, a crystal used in the manufacturing of durable polymers. Additional inventory, RC Explorer, 12 hours expedition time, and the outcome is resources. Project Archimedes needs crew, but it is multiple strange signals in the zone. It needs 4 medics. Again, we don't have any people, so we cannot send anybody to them. Project Castile needs 6 crew, any specialization, and gives us research points. All right. In the meantime, high-speed comm satellite. Increase sponsor research in exchange for constructing and launching an advanced communications satellite. Needs 100 metals, 100 fuel, 100 electronics. Takes 4 souls, 4 hours, and gives us 400 research points. That's not very good. That is not very good at all. So right now that's all that's going on. Oh, wait a minute. Launch SETI Satellite grants funding. Multiple uses of this project will yield diminishing returns. It would give us $2 billion. Takes 4 souls, 4 hours. Needs 50 fuel, 30 electronics, and 50 metals. That might not be a bad one to go ahead and do. However, we would have to bring a ship up to Mars to start with. Can we do that? There aren't any available rockets. Go to resupply, view the rockets. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and look at resupply. Excuse me, my nose is itchy today. And we'll look at a cargo rocket. And We might as well get another RC Explorer for using on these research expeditions. And let's get 6 more drones. Drones are so important. They really are. And let's go ahead and we're going to bring up... Oh, let's go ahead and bring up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more moisture vaporators. And a second fuel refinery. And we have 14,000 kilograms left. We could bring up some more Stirling generators. They weigh 2,000 pounds, cost $400 million, so that's not good. Let's go ahead and go back. And we'll just bring up some more electronics. 5, 10, 15, 20, and some more machine parts. That gets us 15, and yeah, that should do for right now. All right, and we'll launch that. And that way we do have some stuff in the inventory for building more so that we can finally get to the point where we can bring up colonists. Okay. How is our concrete extractor doing? It is, oh, we are paused right now. So let's go ahead and unpause. And it is working again. And let's see. Unfortunately, Mini Flames, sometimes you have to drink stuff that you don't like. All right, I'm going to move our RC Commander a bit and see if it puts him in a position where the drones that he is carrying can actually go back and forth and work on that extractor or that accumulator over there. And we are still 59.3%, 59.3 units of concrete out of 64 for our elevator. I know the words, you know, this is one of those times that Elsinore would say words hard. Okay. I don't understand why I'm having such trouble talking today, though. That is really weird. Yeah, words hard, must smash. All right, so that's... What do we have now? 60? $59.3. Where are you going? On a transport route. There's nothing over there. It is literally bringing 1 block of concrete. I find that so funny. Oh my gosh, the route that they are going is so fun. They're literally going under the pipes and over to this area before they go over to, okay, this one is actually, it looks like putting the concrete, nope. Ah, it is storing the concrete over here. 1 block at a time. My goodness. Yes, and now our power accumulator is built, so it will fill with our excess power. Deliveries by ineffective local courier here. Yeah, it's funny you should say that because one of my people who comes in to moderate from time to time when his health allows just ordered a new phone. It was supposed to be at his house yesterday, and he got a message from the carrier, from the local carrier, that said, "We're sorry, we lost your phone. We lost your package." And it turns out it had fallen off of the pallet in their truck, and so it was riding around the northern part of the country. He won't have it now until tomorrow. It's like, okay, y'all really need to get yourselves together here because that's wild. Okay, let's see. Our 61.7%. What did I say? I thought I said not till Saturday. Oh, I said not till tomorrow? Yeah. I don't know why. I'm thinking I'm on Friday time. I remember receiving a parcel sent via USPS, and the tracking said they tried every Newcastle in the US before actually reading the label and shipping it to the UK. Oh my God. That is funny. That is funny. All right, we are still slowly building on our concrete for our elevator. We're at 62.7 out of 64 units. It looks like each little block is 0.1 of a unit. $63.7. And I swear, it is actually carrying the concrete over to the elevator and then going past it to deliver it to the depot. Oh my gosh. So obviously I did not tell it to unload in the right place. Okay, we are 80% of the way through Logi Drive. And I'm going to speed time up a bit so that we can get through this particular little block. There we go. And that looks to have been it, because there they go. So that is now done. All right, the surface of Mars and the underground are two independent maps that each have their own set of resources, vehicles, colonists, and prefabs. Elevators function as a connection between these two maps. They can be used to move vehicles, resources, colonists, and prefabs between the two maps. By using the Edit Payload action on the elevator, cargo can be selected that will be transported to the other side of the elevator. Once a resource is loaded on the elevator, into the elevator, it is immediately transported to the other side. All right, so let's go ahead. The first thing we're going to do is take our RC Explorer number 2. I also once had to explain to my boss that the MOD had blown up someone's replacement iPhone because the person had had it sent to the barracks whilst he was deployed. Oh my gosh. That is hilarious. All right, we're going to use the elevator and send our RC Explorer 2 into and down. And let's go ahead and flip over to the downside.
Anomaly found.
And it has found an anomaly already. Whoa. And somehow I have, let's see if, there we go. Right off the elevator, it finds an anomaly and water. Let's see. Underground water deposits can be exploited by water extractors. Water extractors need power and drones to service them. Place a water extractor near a water deposit. Okay, and we will go ahead and get this anomaly scanned. And we're going to leave everything working up top for a minute by itself. It's basically, they're just scanning everything anyway and doing research. And that will let us also build materials up there. We're going to use our RC Explorer down here and see what we can find out down here. As soon as the anomaly is, of course, scanned. So let's go ahead and speed that up a bit.
Resources are low.
And load G drive is almost done. Resources are low. Power is low. So low storage. Stored resources expected to last less than 3 sols. We'll have to send some Stirling generators down. This is going to be a good place for them or for nuclear power. Because...
Found.
Let's see. Okay, a connected network of tunnels and caverns. Let's see. Further scans show a connected network of rooms and tunnels. There are still a few strange structures that we have trouble identifying. We should explore further and uncover the secrets Mars has been keeping from us all this time. The scans also indicate richer deposits and tunnels spacious enough to expand our colony into down here. Unfortunately, many places still appear a bit unstable, so we should be careful. We've equipped the RC vehicles with specialized scanning equipment to reveal any anomalies and resource deposits in the underground. We must venture forth.
Anomaly found.
Oh goodness, another anomaly.
Research complete.
And research is done. Okay, let's see. So how do you get water from underground up top? Can you on pipes to the surface, or I know if you're up on top and like on the mesas, you can find a couple of big water deposits, and the tunnels, you run a pipe to the tunnels and they will take it down to the lower level or vice versa. So I'm assuming at the moment, because this, I did just a very brief test of this expansion yesterday. I'm assuming that it's going to be the same for the elevators. I don't know yet. It may be that you can't, that the only way you can use the water down below is to build down below and use it for that. But we will find out. This is going to be very interesting to see. And let's go ahead and scan that anomaly. I might want to go ahead and bring the other explorer down here for science. Exactly. So, okay. While that one is scanning the anomaly, let's go ahead and look at, not resupply, research. There we go. Resupply, research. It's almost the same thing. Okay, so now we can add something new to our queue. And let's see. We could go into terraforming, but I think we need to do some of the other stuff long before that. We don't have any people yet, so we don't need to worry about empath. Drone swarm drone hubs are constructed with additional 2 drones, and the maximum number of drones is increased by 80. Drones being the backbone for most of the heavy and dangerous labor on Mars, it is essential our hubs have greater operating capacity in order to employ more drones at any given time. Explorer AI generate 100 research points per sol for each RC Explorer vehicle. Multiple vehicles result in collaboration losses. AI specifically tailored for our explorers will think for itself, gathering only the data they have deemed could be of interest. The above will greatly contribute to our research initiatives. That might not be too bad to get. And transport optimization. The RC Transport harvests resources faster and its maximum storage is increased by 15. The remote location of some resource deposits calls for transport rover optimizations. Considering that we are now below the surface as well, Explorer AI is probably the best thing to get right now, because it will allow us to let our Explorer decide what's important. So we'll go ahead and put that in the queue and see how it's going over here. We can cancel that out. And I do want to see, though, how do we get power down here and everything else? Oops, no. Go back here. Go back here. Go back and scan the anomaly. Do not use the elevator. No! And that was dumb of me. Okay, so we can bring down we do need to bring down a couple of things, apparently. We will need to go up and get them, and right at the moment we need to change back to the surface. And there is our Explorer 1. Where is Explorer 2? Oh, and we have a ship ready to land. There. I forgot we had ordered a ship. Oh my goodness, how about that? So we can actually send 2 explorers down there. We have 2 coming in. And that will be a good start to things. Once we find out where our missing explorer is. Ah, just ring off of that away. No, come back here. There we go. So if we send 3 explorers down below, that should start doing pretty good on some of this stuff. We are 4% of the way on self-sufficient lighting, which will be good too. So we're really going to have some fun, because we'll be actually able to build both on top and below the surface of the planet. We're going to send Transport 4 on a transport route and let her gather up metals. And bring them back. There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and line up 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and send a second explorer down. I want to see how we actually load up the elevator other than by just sending the stuff down, by sending the explorers down. Because it did say you have to, let's see, if we send it, nope, okay, use elevator. Edit payload, switch map, change priority, turn on, off, or salvage. Okay, so if we edit the payload, we are going to send down, let's send down 5 of our drones for one. And we can send down a drone hub and a Stirling generator. What is a living complex? Provides living space, resting residents, recover comfort faster than other residences. Okay. So these are all things that we can actually send down below. We just have to get them all gained up. Okay. Power accumulator. Dum-de-dum. Food storage, fuel storage, machine parts, metals storage, polymers. Oh, okay. So we have to send all of these down individually. We can't just go down and build them. Interesting. That's actually good to know, because that would have been rather upsetting to get down there to start building things and not be able to build them. So we're sending 1 Stirling generator, 1 drone hub right now. And no moisture vaporators. That makes sense, actually. All right, so we'll just go ahead and send that down for right now. And we can send 12 passengers down at a time. There we go. And transport. There we go. So let's go ahead and flip down to, let's go ahead and send a transport down. We might need one down there. And let's flip down to the bottom. All right. So here we go. Let's take the RC Explorer and finish scanning that anomaly. And now we should have down here. We're going to go ahead and send that one off that way. So that we get a little bit of a view of what's going on down here. Cave-ins are blockages of rock and rubble that appear in the Martian underground. They can be cleared by drones once the appropriate research is completed. Remembering the locations where cave-ins obstruct the path can be useful, as they often block access to valuable resources. Underground Marsquakes can cause new cave-ins. During these events, buildings in the underground can also be covered by a cave-in, making them inoperable until the rubble is cleared. Alright, so that's nice to know. And that gives us a little bit of a view of what's going on down here. And we do now have down here our Stirling generator. And what else did we send down? think that was the drone hub was what we sent down. So yes, 1 drone hub and 1 Stirling generator. So we can go ahead and put that out. And we'll put it right over here next to the pad. And then the Stirling generator to power it, we'll just put right there next to it. All right. So we now have drones down there. We now have a powered drone hub, and now the drone hub will tell the drones what to do. Oh, there's a minerals deposit. All right, we have an anomaly analyzed and 1 found. Our rover has stumbled across a slew of resources. Upon closer inspection, they seem to have originated from the Martian surface and have found their way into the underground through a series of cracks and fissures. While the coincidence is staggering, we will reap the benefits. Let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. Sounds good to me. All right, so what did we discover? 20 rare metals, 25 machine parts, and 33 metals. Not bad. That's not a bad selection to start with at all. And we can go ahead and gather all of those up and send them up above, or we can leave them down below. I think we'll leave them down below for right now. And let's just go ahead and see what else we have. Okay, so that's going to block us from going that way, is that rock slide. What if we go this way? Let's see what we get if we go this way. Alright, our power demand is higher than our... Let's go ahead and open this generator. There we go. So now our power demand is 13. Our production is 20. Alright, what uses 13? Consumption is 3. Ah, okay, so we're actually powering the elevator now too with our Stirling generator. All right, let's go ahead and put out a power accumulator just so that we don't have any wasted power. There we go. And let's take a look and see what we can find this way. Here we go. And I'm only doing this because it's got lights on it. Should have brought I probably should have brought our transport in case we find something above. You know, something that it's capable of transporting for us. And there's a rock slide. Can it go this way? Let's see. Yeah, okay. So this is actually pretty cool. The transports can move around quite well, or the explorers can move around quite well. Whoops. But yeah, we definitely need some light down here. And it's only 15% of the way done on the research on that. This is wild. You can't really go very far.
Anomaly found.
Ah, there's an anomaly. So we can go scan that. And it looks like that's the end of that particular tunnel. There is a wall in the way. So we're going to have to clear that rock fall that's on the other side. All right, and let's kind of make our way back. There we go. Finding our elevator isn't that difficult with all the lights that are around it. So, okay, so we are probably going to need to bring an RC commander down. Let's take a look at what's going on up top. Do we have an extra RC commander? All right, Perseverance is ready to go back to Earth, but we are not sending her back to Earth yet. We are going to send her that was people. That was people. That's an RC Explorer. We'll send her to Project Champion. And there we go. Yeah, Project Mist needs people too. And then we will go ahead once she comes back and do the SETI satellite. That will be $2 billion in funding. That's not bad. And yeah, it's not going to be a bad expedition. There we go. So all she is waiting on now is an RC Explorer, I believe. Oh, still waiting on resources to unload. Okay. So we need an electronics depot so that she can finish unloading her resources. All right. Balancing is such, you know, you get some of these games and balancing the resources and everything else is such a challenge. But this one, it's not as... Okay, I am babbling at the moment, but balancing resources in this game is not necessarily that difficult a chore. I mean, I have had some cases where I didn't have enough power, but that was a matter of not having enough electronics. And you learn really quickly what you really do need to stock up on. The micromanagement isn't as tedious as some games. Not really. There's a lot of it I just tend to ignore. I mean, like you get an electronics factory and a machine parts factory and a polymers factory set up, and then the only thing you really have to balance is, do you have enough engineers? That's it. And engineers are such an important part for the 3 factories and the nuclear fusion power plants. But once you get schools set up and colleges, all it then becomes really is do you have enough people and enough resources, which basically boils down to, do you have enough rare metals? Which, with the addition of this expansion pack and being able to go underground and get rare metals, or Lexi, go, or up to asteroids to do mining, you can concentrate on one thing in this game and not worry about everything else. Everything else will take care of itself once you get the basics set up. It does really good on taking care of itself for the most part. And as far as I have seen, let me put it that way. It's just, I mean, it's not like some of them where if you're not on the ball every minute, you have disaster after disaster after disaster destroying you and running out of resources and all that. It pretty much is really, you know, building a planet from scratch with all the resources that it has. You're pretty free in it. So, okay, so now we have waiting for resource unload. Still waiting on the electronics to be or the machine parts to be unloaded. So we've got 3 more machine parts. Do we have space there for them? Nope. Okay, so we need another depot. This one we need machine parts. There we go. So that'll get those all unloaded, and we can then send the ship off on its way. Europe has completed a milestone. Oh goodness, they have constructed a dome. So we have missed find water on Mars and construct the dome. Dang it, that's 750 research points. So they're probably also going to get the first human on Mars. All right. That's the only problem with having a rival on the planet, is they will get some of those milestones before you do. All right, and I clicked that again. I'm trying to get rid of that. There we go. Welcome back, Elsinore. And something is going on below ground. Let's take a look. An anomaly has been analyzed. While searching in the Martian underground, we have uncovered a device of unknown origin. The purpose of the device eludes us for now, but initial evaluations indicate it is not made by human hands. But what excites our engineers the most is that it appears to be part of something bigger. It is receiving a signal from somewhere else, but the transmissions are getting weaker. If we hurry, we can trace the source, but there is no guarantee we can trace it in time. Our scientists and engineers are discussing amongst each other how we should move forward. There is one thing they all agree on: the discovery is monumental and could change the future of our life on Mars. So, we should reverse engineer the device and learn as much as possible and gain 4,000 research points at the same time. This discovery is not just ours and needs to be shared with all of humanity, which will get us 40 scientist applicants. Or finding what this device is part of is our top priority. Locate a temporary anomaly. Okay, now this is a tough one. Reverse engineer the device and gain 4,000 research points. Share it with all of humanity and gain 40 scientist applicants. Or locate a temporary anomaly. That's a tough call. That's a very tough call. 1 or 3, Earth can go whistle. My big concern about number 3 is it's a temporary anomaly, and it might take more than we have to get it. 4,000 research points would come in handy. All right, so 1 or 3. Let's go ahead and take the research points. Reverse engineering it might give us something interesting too.
Research complete.
All right, so extractor amplification is finished. Extractors upgrade, amplify, increases production by 25%, but also increases power consumption by 10%. Okay, so let's see. Oh goodness, and that is a lot of our research done. I have lost track of our research that was being done. Wow. Okay, so we now have lighting for below. Self-sufficient lighting. Drone hub extenders. Extends the range in which drone hubs can control drones. Increasing the effective range of our drone hubs is an invaluable tool in our efforts to effectively expand into the Martian underground. That will come in handy. That will really come in handy for getting that through that roadblock, through that rock fall. All right, and let's see, transport optimization, drone swarm. Let's take drone swarm because drones are so important, and we're not ready for the low G hydrosynthesis. Instead, let's go ahead and let's get adapted probes. Probes are cheaper and can deep scan. The universe is under no obligation to make sense to you, said Neil deGrasse Tyson. All right, so that has our research all lined up again. And let's take a look at our scanning and see. Oh goodness, can't do any scanning underground. But, okay. Oh, that is one thing we can do, is we can use it to get back to our explorer over here. And she cannot go any way that way, so we will go ahead and send her back over here. RC Explorer. And there we go. So let's see where she is going. Is she going back the way she came? It looks like no, she's going a different way. Maybe. I don't know. It's dark down here. It's hard to tell. So we should be able, though, now to go ahead and get some lights down here. Light tripod, self-sufficient lights that pierce even the deepest darkness. And we can set one up. Oh, let's see. Uneven terrain. Let's set one up there. And let's see what happens. Because that's within the light of the elevator. Yeah, that she just came back the way she had gone originally. I can't wait to see this, to see how much light it actually provides. Oh goodness. So
Resources are low.
It's a fair supply, but not a great amount. And we do need to put in a drone hub extender. Oh, we have to research them yet. Okay. Oh, that's right. We have to research them, and that is in the process. All right. And if we put another light back here, what resources do those take? It doesn't say about that. Okay. But this will let us see how bad that roadblock is. The worst thing about having to start a new game with this is the fact that, you know, we had gotten so far in our colony already. But that is quite a lot of rock. Okay, so now how do we get... Can the transport start? All right, let's see. Are there any resources over there? And if so, let's bring them back here. I just want to see if this is going to work. If not, then we will have to figure out something else. And the answer is no, it will not gather up anything there. It's all rock. So yeah, we're going to need to bring down an RC commander until we can get the drone hub extenders done. So let's flip back up to the surface. See how everything is going up here. And our ship is ready for takeoff, so we will send her off on her mission. There we go. And that's an explorer. How many commanders do we have? I thought I had gotten an extra commander. Apparently not. Well, we're going to go ahead and send our one RC commander down for right now and see what we can do. All right. All right, come on. There she goes. I do find this really, really fascinating. Let's go ahead and flip back. It would almost be worth it to build our colony underground to start. All right, there's our RC commander. And we'll send it over this way. I want to see what we get when they start clearing out the rock slide. I mean, even under the surface, the dust is red. That's wild. All right. So our drones aren't doing anything. Let's see. Nope. Okay. How about we set... Just trying to figure out what it needs to do. No orders, carrying nothing. Interesting. What if... Milestones... Nope, that's not what I'm looking for.
Almost. My hair tie broke. My hair flung around in front of my face, landed right on the Dremel, and just right up. That is bad. Slammed the thing in the forehead.
Command Center, Research, Mission Profile, Map Overview. Okay, so it's not going to be in any of these.
Religious freedom stuff? Yeah. The picture of the guy from 1968 that ripped his scalp off.
Clear. Marks the surface to be cleared from waste rock by drones. Rocks are turned into waste rock. Let's see if that is what we need. Not flat. Alright, so that's not going to be what it is, but we can clear some of these stalactites, which will give us a nice smooth place for people to move. This is interesting. Now, how do we clear the rock slide? I bet it's going to be something that we have to research. And that's a rare metals deposit, 745 rare metals. Very interesting. Space D9 dozer. Yeah, for real. I do think, though, that I am going to try to clear as much as possible of the area down here so that it's nice and smooth and we're not running through things. Because everything is better when you put space in front of it. Yeah. All right, so they're busy doing that. We can go ahead and go back up top and do some more work up there in just a moment. I just want to get a little more area set up to be cleared, because getting it all nice and even will be helpful in the long run. And let's see. There we go. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this stalactite stalagmite that's over here in the dark. Oh, actually, yes, I can. There we go. Oh, that's interesting because it went up the wall. Let's see what they do there. That's going to be interesting to see if they take that much of the wall out, smoothing it down. A ramp, possibly, maybe. We got quite a few drones down there right now, though. And they're dumping the waste rock on top of the water spot. So we really need to give them a waste rock dump site. Here we go. And there. That gives it a more efficient spot to put it all in until we can get a refinery down. Okay, so she can come back over this way. And of course, they're going to take all of the drones that she's got with her, and then they will have to all redo. So, quite truthfully, until we can get that roadblock cleared, until we can get that rock slide cleared, we can't go any further down below. Why did I see the John Belushi saying ramp, ramp, ramp in his Animal House character when I typed ramp? Good question, Elsinore. Sometimes I wonder. There we go. So we'll come back and check on all that shortly. Let's go up top and see what's going on up there. All right, we've got some sectors to line up. Okay, we'll just throw 9 up there. And let's go ahead and jump down. I'm losing my mind rapidly. We all are. We all are. That's normal. Okay, so we are right at the moment. We've got fuel, we've got ships, we've got drones. Night is falling again. We've got some spots with resources. 1,000 underground metals, very high grade. But we're not going to be able to get them out for a while yet. We have a research point over here. We don't have any rare metals right now, it looks like. Which is extremely... there's a rare metals spot. And a research point. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. We did not make the first dome, but we're going to go ahead and build our first dome, and we're going to build a self-sufficient dome because we have the stuff to do it, and we are going to build it so that it covers the research point. And let's just turn things around a bit. There we go. And we need to get our RC Commander back up. All right. So let's go ahead and flip back down to the lower level for a moment. Find our RC Commander. That's the Explorer. Explorer 2. There's our commander. And we're going to send her back up and send her over to get started building that dome. Can you lose something you never truly had? That is that's a good debatable question. One would say that he has never had a mind, but put me in, Coach. I'm ready. Coach, what's your name? I'm Spaceman. Cute. All right, back up to the surface. We have a sector scanned. And Perseverance is on her way to Earth. Why is she going to Earth? She was supposed to be going to an anomaly. Oh God, I hit the wrong button. Well, son of a gun. All right, so Explorer, RC Commander. We're going to bring her over here and get started on this dome. It's a bit of ways from everything, but it will work. We need another extractor up. Another concrete extractor. Because that's a good spot for concrete. So let's go ahead and prefab buildings. Not any concrete extractors under prefab buildings. Interesting. Back. We do need another RC Commander. We got 2 Explorers, that's fine. 3 transports is good. We don't need any safaris yet. 25 drones. Let's go ahead and bring up 5 more. Another drone hub. Yeah, really, that's weird that there are no concrete extractors. And we still have 60,000 kilograms we can fill. Let's add a couple of advanced Stirling generators. 2, 3, 4, 5. And 6 small ones. Another fuel refinery. And some more moisture vaporators. 3, 4. And see, I've got 8 right now. 13, 14, 15. There. Okay, so that fills everything up, and we will launch that rocket. Now maybe we'll be able to actually remember to send off an expedition. Mind? What's that? I mean, I do play Star Citizen after all. Are you saying that anybody who plays Star Citizen has lost their mind? Okay, and that is my problem, is I have actually put my landing pad in the wrong area. So we are going to put another landing pad down here for our next ship so that it is near our dome. I never said that, I just inferred it. This is true. All right, and just for the sake of getting some of this done, I'm going to use our orbital probes and do some quick scanning. We have 5 of them, so we're going to go ahead and do some quick scanning over here and get 1, 2, 3,
Anomaly found.
4, and 5. And we have an anomaly up on the mesa, so we're going to have to put a tunnel. And so that we can get up there. But at least we have that much. Oh, and there's another, ooh, spot for another elevator. So that makes it really interesting. Do we put another elevator, or do we try to find that spot below and build an elevator? Huh. All right. In the meantime, let's take a look at our dome, which is being built, which needs power. So we need to wait for, let's see. The stream is going downhill. Well, it's going uphill, downhill, underhill, overhill. All right. Yeah, we could actually put a small Stirling generator over here, and that would power everything that we have right now. Oh, I hate using the small ones, but that's kind of what we have. All right. Yeah. Let's go ahead right there. We'll put a power generator. I do want one of the advanced Stirling generators. They will actually do better for powering our domes. But now that we have our dome built, we can go over here and put another concrete excavator. As soon as I move my working drone commander. Good Lord. Let's move you right there, buddy. And that way everybody should be under power. Okay, and that looks like a good spot. And our currently last Stirling generator. There we go. So now we get to build in the dome. Haha. So domes, we got our dome built. Now it's time for residential housing. This being our first dome, we're only going to have 10, 12 people, so we don't really have to worry about building apartments or playgrounds or anything like that. But we will build living complex that houses 14. So we will go ahead and build it. Yes, House in Order, there will be a space bar. We'll build that there. And then dome services. You knew I was going to say that. Ask that. Yes, I did know you were going to ask that. Oh, medical post. Oh, that's new. Let's see. Visitors will recover health and sanity as long as they are not suffering, or as long as they are not starving, dehydrated, freezing, or suffocating. A dome with a medical building has a lower minimum comfort requirement for births. All right. Infirmary costs 10, costs 5. 1 power unit to 3 workers, 1 per shift, 6. We're going to build a medical post rather than a full infirmary, because that will be much better in the long run. And let's go ahead and open that dome, open that power generator. And that should give us pretty much what we need. What is left? Okay. All right. The dome has no life support. Why does it have no life support? Let's take a look. Insufficient power. So we're going to have to run a power line from our other Stirling generator way out here. I hate doing it that way, but in the long run it's actually going to make more sense till we can get a ship up. Though actually, when you think about it, we don't need to worry about it because we do have a ship that is 62% of the way here with 6 Stirling generators on board. So let's just go ahead and build what we need, and we will worry about life support at that time. All right, so that is our infirmary. Dumb services, we need a grocer. And we're going to go ahead and use the small grocer because, let's face it, this is not a major dome. It's not going to be a major dome. It's just the start of our dome, of our city. So, grocer, medical post, we need a small space bar. And we're going to stick it back there, close by. And what else do we need? Truthfully, nothing else in this section at the moment. Let's go ahead and build a research lab. Research labs are good because they do cut down on the cost of our research. And we will stick it we could stick it right in that corner. It kind of makes it all compact. And I'm trying to think of everything that we really should put in to begin with. Actually, let's keep that area clear for a moment, because we might want to put something else there. And let's put our research lab here. Okay, the only other thing I know for sure that we need off the top of my head is, of course, a hydroponics farm. Because they are going to want to eat. And food is an important part of life. There we go. So that will give us 3 people. I think it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so that gives us 12 people that we're going to need. Why do we need drones? So our RC commander is still doing what? Let's go ahead and move her over this way. Now we're going to run power cable from this Stirling generator over to this dome. There we go. And let's go ahead and what is going on here?
Sector scan.
Needs polymers. Are we out of polymers? No. All right. So we've got sectors scanned. We've got machines just sitting around doing nothing, which is not good. All right, let's go ahead and load up some resources. And we'll just load up some polymers and take them over to here.
Research complete.
Oh goodness, did not do what I wanted it to do. There. And down you come. What is blocking you? So that's wild. Something is blocking it. There, we'll just land it there for right now. And our research is complete. We have 3 buildings not working. Let's take a look. Okay, transport optimization. Not really a lot of stuff done that we can, not really a lot of choice left for us at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and throw our breakthrough rare traits in as our last research to do for right now. And then I am going to take a moment to step away from the computer, and I will be back in just a minute while that runs. Oh, that's too funny. No, I hadn't muted myself by accident. I needed to get up and walk around for a couple of minutes. If I don't, my knees decide to fuss and complain at me. But I was just listening to my housemates discuss making a soda run. And Alcinor said to Avernus, you can always walk to the little local Dollar General store. And Avernus goes, I'm not walking. Like, oh my gosh. Okay, rumor, Europe has nearly completed a milestone. So let's see which one they are working on. Looks like they are, it doesn't say. Oh, the colony of Europe is going to complete the following milestone soon. First human on Mars. We still have some time to get there first. And that is what we are trying to do. I'm more inclined to be happy if I get the first birth on Mars. But, you know, getting those milestones is important. Okay, so let's see. We still have 3 buildings not working. A concrete extractor, power accumulator, and Stirling generator. I did not say that. I said I'm not walking an hour while I'm thirsty. That's basically what I said, Avernus. Okay, so let's see. Where are we anyway? I have lost our dome. There it is. It is still waiting on that power accumulator to be built. Our dome is up and running. It's just getting things built. So we could actually bring up people to Mars. Which not the same? Close enough. Okay, which concrete extractor isn't working? This one is not working. Why is it not working? It can be repaired with one polymer, and waste rock storage is full. Where is the, oh goodness. And there are 2 waste rock storage spots there. So it should have been, it's not full. Why is it saying it's full? All right, let's go ahead and do a run. Load resource, waste rock, and we will take it over and unload it there. There we go. So that takes care of that one. And we are going to go ahead and bring the first people up to Mars. We're a little early, but what the heck. Okay, so the first people we want, we're going to do our filter thing. We want to check on age groups, and let's see. We don't want any children. A young colonist able to work in all buildings. Okay, so yes, youths are fine, adults are fine, middle-aged are fine-ish. A middle-aged colonist approaching retirement but still able to work in all buildings. Okay. Seniors are too old to work. An hour just for the local corner store? Yikes. Yeah, it's what makes it so bad is we don't have sidewalks in our town. So you're walking on the street too, and that gets really kind of scary. Okay, so yeah, we'll take any age group except for the children and the seniors. Specialization. Now, this is where we do get picky. We need some biologists. What is this? This says that's interesting. It's a new thing on that apparently. We do need some medics. We don't need any tourists. We do need scientists. And we do need no specialization. And we need probably 3 of each since we have 12 slots. All right, so let's apply. And let's see, Madison Garrison is a middle-aged female. Let's set our filters for our perks and flaws. We don't want any real flaws. We don't want any chronic conditions. We don't want cowards. Don't want gamblers. Don't want gluttons. Hypochondriacs are fine. No idiots. Loners are fine. No lazy people. Workaholics or melancholics are fine. Whiners, no. Okay. So we'll apply that. And the last filter we will apply is perks. We don't want any celebrities. Composed. All sanity losses are halved. Yeah, that's fine. Enthusiasts, increased performance boost when at high morale. Sure. Party animal, that's okay. These are people that we actually do want. Fit. Hippie, nerd, religious. Religious people are good because higher individual base morale, low sanity never leads to suicide. Rugged is good. And survivor. Those are the ones we definitely want. I gotta look and see what these exclamation points are because those are new. And workaholics. There we go. So we'll apply those filters, and that gives us Leah Lundberg, a female botanist from... Oh, goodness. I don't know where that flag is anymore. I've forgotten. Composed, survivor, vegan. Don't worry, they'll tell you. Has decreased comfort when living near a ranch and won't work. I find it annoying when I have to walk to the shop that's 5 minutes away instead of 2 minutes away. Yeah, I can understand that. All right, so that's one botanist. Anselmo Ware is German. Let's see. Yeah, okay, we're going to take her. That's one botanist, one medic. One no specialization. Let's see. Alcoholic, work performance lowered by 10. No, we will not take her. No specialization, rugged survivor. Yeah, we'll take him. Nope. Yes, that's 1, 2, 3. That's our 3 no specializations. The main shop is about a mile away. That's not too bad. So we need 3 more medics. We don't need any engineers right now. We do need scientists. Yes. And let's see. Yes. So 3 scientists, 3 botanists, 3 medics, and 3 no specialization should be good. Okay, so we go. 1 botanist, we need 2 more. 2 and 3.
I guess I could talk to you about the Dollar General for
That's 2 scientists. That's 3 scientists, 3 botanists, 3 no specialization. We need at least 1 more medic. And we're just scrolling through to see. All right, we'll take that one. And There. I think we could probably get by with 2 botanists. All right, we have the space bar. We have the grocer. So yeah, we need 4 no specialization, so we can at least get 2 shifts. And there. Okay, so that gives us 12 people. All right, and let's launch Perseverance. And we're going to have to get a drone hub out this way simply to take care of the problems that we have in this area. Fortunately, we do have drone hubs available. All right, and we're going to build this drone hub right over in this area. There we go. Okay. And we do need to look and see what's going on below the surface, but first, let's see. We do have 3 buildings not working: the concrete extractor, the power accumulator, and a Stirling generator. Why is the Stirling generator not working? That's the concrete extractor, Stirling generator. Ah, it needs polymers. Okay. And we are... All right, that one is being unloaded. Refueling. Okay. How low are we on polymers? We are out of polymers. All right, so we're going to do a little resupplying, but we're going to do it a little differently. We're going to bring up a supply pod, and we are just going to put polymers on board. 2, 3, 4. That gives us 25. Okay, that's 25 polymers. That's not bad. It's the biggest thing we need right now. We have plenty of machine parts and plenty of electronics. So there, that gives us a supply pod coming up. And that will get our fuel fuel refinery working again, as well as everything else. Though it should be working fine. Yeah. That's right, because it's the excavator that's the problem, the extractor that's the problem, not the fuel refinery. All right. Let's see how things are going over here. Still waiting on stuff. That's odd. Okay. So what are we waiting on? She needs machine parts. So we will use one of our handy dandy transports to pick up some machine parts. Load resource, not fuel. There we go, machine parts. And we will bring them over here. As soon as she's got them loaded. All right, so why are you just sitting around? Ah, needs concrete too. Okay, so And we need other resources as well. We need concrete, electronics, and polymers, of course. All right, so let's go ahead and we will find our transport, which is on a transport route. And we are going to send it back to our supply. Load resource. Concrete. We got to get this dome finished so that our people will have somewhere to live. There we go. So that's 3. All right. 2 is just sitting there. We'll get her to take metals over. There we go. And the only other thing we need taken over are polymers that we are waiting on. Fortunately, the supply pod is moving faster than the passenger rocket. So what's Perseverance doing? She's waiting for refuel, so we do need to send some fuel over her way. Four is on a trade route. Three is on a trade route. 2 is on a transport route. Okay, so everybody is busy taking things over to the dome. Waiting on the polymers to land. And while we're waiting on all that to happen, let's go ahead and take a look down below at what's going on down here. Absolutely nothing as they wait for us to get stuff down here, research done for down here. So we can go ahead and send the transport back up. We're going to leave the supplies down here of electronics and machine parts because, quite truthfully, we don't need them up above right now. And we'll switch back up because we can't really do anything until such time as we've gotten more stuff down there. Here's our elevator. Okay, so we are going to take... What did I need a transport for? Oh, fuel. Load resources, fuel. There we go. $98, $99. And there is the supply pod. We're going to land it over by the dome because it needs to be over that way right now. There we go. And once we have what we need for the dome, we'll just transport everything else back. All right, so where's that transport? 1 is loading fuel. And we will have her bring it over to here. And unload it. There we go. Which lets us decommission this There we go. Now we have drones going to pick up those polymers. Yep, I guessed that pretty accurately. I think the most I might have one too many of is our botanists, but we'll see. And our passenger rocket is 77% of the way. And Europe has completed a milestone. They got the first human on Mars. Darn it. Okay. So, all right. We have first Martian born, produce food, research a breakthrough, all sponsor goals, scan all sectors and such to get done. Hopefully we can beat Europe to those. And we have 6 buildings not working. What is not working? Our concrete extractor, power accumulator, small grocer, small space bar, medical post, and Stirling generator. Alright, those will get fixed shortly. And we can get rid of that message. There. Alright, this is what I want to look at. How many people do we need here? We need 3 medics. Okay. So that was right. We need 3 botanists. Okay, so I did guess right on that too. All right. And we are going to switch from wheatgrass. Actually, we're going to leave it on wheatgrass for right now. Wheatgrass uses the least water, it looks like. No, microgreens use the least water, take 4 souls. 4 souls takes 1 soul for growth. Optimal harvest is 2.5 units. Okay, so yeah, we'll leave it on wheatgrass for now. And then we will set it for microgreens and then for leaf crops. And that'll just give us a nice round of production on food. Okay. Yes, I know not enough workers yet. We are 93% of the way to Mars with our people. And our ship is almost fueled. Let's go ahead and send... First, let's load up all our polymers that we have got lying around. And here we go. We're going to go all... and unload them there. Okay, there we go. So what is left? Electronics, okay? So you can go over here. And pick up electronics and bring them back. And that will let our research lab get set up. So there, that's got all that set up. Now we can go ahead. Our people are about ready to land. So we'll land them there. And we need to go ahead and put some recharge stations out for our drones. So we'll just line them up over on this particular line of cables. There we go. We'll put 2 of them out. That should be enough for right now. And we still need to research drone hub extenders. Let's take a look at our research and see where we're at. Explorer AI is 35% of the way full. Way done. All right, so our research is going a little bit slow. Let's go ahead and speed things up in a moment, maybe. Now that we have people coming, we do need to get some more fuel. Where are you going? All right, so we're going to need to cancel that. Take all the metals.
New colonists have arrived.
All right, so we have a new message, a new beginning.
Full of hope and determination, the first founders have set foot on the Red Planet.
The next 10 sols will be full of difficulties and dangers, but also with great promises and opportunities. It is now to us to prove that Mars can be a doorway to greater riches and the future of the human civilization. Even the most epic adventures begin with a single step. Effect: arrival of additional colonists temporarily suspended until the colony proves able to sustain human life. Your founder colonists must survive for 10 sols before additional people can arrive. Hint: the colony will be evaluated positively before the period ends in the event the first human is born on Mars. If you feel you are up to the challenge, try constructing a medical building and raising the comfort of the founders as much as possible with service buildings. And close. So we've done that. We've got a medical facility. We've got places for them to do things like buy groceries and the like. And yeah, we've got pretty much everybody is in position except for our scientists, which we are waiting on for our lab to be finished. And they are without a job right now because the lab is not finished, but...
Sector scanned.
All right. So we have our new colonist founder stage. The founders are the first human pioneers of the Red Frontier and the first residents of the fledgling colony. Their initial task is to prove the potential of the colony and the viability of a permanent settlement on Mars. After the founders arrive on the planet, the colony will be under evaluation for a certain number of sols. No new colonists will be available until the colony is evaluated positively. A positive evaluation will be awarded if any founders survive a certain number of sols, or if the first child is born on the Red Planet. Since the founders' number is limited to the capacity of the rocket, you may wish to handpick them using the review command on the passenger rocket screen. That's what we did. Take care to micromanage their priorities during their first days on the Red Planet using building priority and work slot management to guarantee that the crucial buildings are staffed. Okay, so we pretty much did that, and we can get back to the game. All we're waiting on is our science lab to be built so that our scientists can start doing some research and we can get through research a little bit faster. We still have 6 buildings not working. Why is our space built? Oh, we have a stopped shift, a moisture vaporator, and small space bar are the only 2 not working. All right, we can skip that message and that one, and let's go ahead and line up more sectors to be scanned. So that one and that one. We'll get that anomaly eventually. Right now we're just pretty much set with what we are doing. Okay, so part of the issue we've got going on is that our landing spot to begin with was so far away from where I actually wanted to land. And so we're sitting here now waiting for resources to be brought to us. And apparently our... because I brought electronics, not... Goodness. Okay. So let's see. Transport 1 is loading food. And carrying it away. Almost fueled. Transport 4 is loading what? Machine parts? Yes, and polymers. All right. All right, so I want her to come back here and unload. There we go. Trying to keep everything loaded in the right spots is really kind of difficult in the beginning. Especially when you make the kind of mistake that I made. So, let's see. Would you unload what... Oh, goodness. Okay. Let's click out of that one. You're fine. I want you to come over here. There. Alright, so the only thing we are missing now is some power, and we will go ahead and open that Stirling generator. And now our power usage is at... Our production is at 140 units. Our demand is at 73.4. We have to look at our demand for each thing, though, because the way I've got our grids made up, until I can get them all lined up and attached to each other, we have generators that are off on their own. And actually, you know, we could spend the metals to do that, to get them all attached to each other. Let's see. If we go, we'd have to go way out that way, or there. It's a long line, but it'll work. We have the metals to do it, so. All right, and we are still looking at, oh goodness, let's get out of that. There's one machine part. And that should be two in just a moment. And we need a dumping site right there for that one. All right. So I'm going to need to put some storage depots out this way simply to keep everything close by. All right, so our research lab is built. We have 3 scientists on 1 shift. Not too shabby. Not too great, but not too shabby either. All right, I could put 1 on each shift, but better to have 2 non-working shifts and have them all working together. And that generates research points for us. So our research will go a little faster now. Okay, we're 52% of the way done on Explorer AI. And pretty much everything is going according to plan. We have 3 medics, 1 on each shift. We have 2 grocers. We have 2 people at spacebar, and I'm going to move one of them to 3rd shift instead of the 1st shift.
Milestone achieved.
Yay! And we produced food first. Woohoo! So nobody has had the first Martian born, but we produced the first food. And that gave us 1,100. They gave us 250 research points. So that's not bad. Not bad at all. This is where we go, we're number 1. We're number 1. So, yeah, I did that. I actually find it kind of cute, but you know. All right, our concrete extractor is about to be done, which is good. Let's go ahead and put a couple of concrete depots next to it. Because we're going to need them. There's 1. And there's 2. All right, and that way as our concrete extractor, ooh. Oh my, it was awful close to that RC Commander. We'll go ahead and move her out of the way. There we go. And that gives us enough space for our concrete extractor to just keep extracting. There we go. To order the construction of a building upgrade, press the upgrade button located on the building panel. Did we have... Oh, yes, we already did. We can upgrade our extractors using 2 polymers each, and they will get 25% more production. So let's go ahead and do that, and that will get all of our extractors taken care of, and we can actually get more concrete extracted from them pretty quickly. It does use a little more power, but you know, what's a little more power between friends? And that's an interesting view of how it's actually going to go. It's going to go in this area right here to extract the concrete. That's going to leave a nice little divot in the earth, to be honest, or in the planet Mars anyway. And our small space bar is not working. It has no power. Why does it have no power? Insufficient power. Huh. All right. We do have some more yes, we do have some more generators. So we will take one of our advanced Stirling generators, And we shall stick it over here with the regular Stirling generator. And that will give us more power. No bar? Riot! Yes, pretty much. Except there's only 12 people. It's not that big a riot. It will be powered and working again in a minute. See? There we go. And let's go ahead. That will produce 40 power if it's opened. So we are going to need some power accumulators. Let's go ahead and just throw out a couple of those real fast. There we go. And then we can open it up. There. And now we will have plenty of power. And as soon as we can get some geologists up, we can put in a rare metals extractor. So, there we go. All right, now we are going to take a look. How is our ship coming along? 43 out of 50 fuel. We do need more fuel. All right, so that is, follow our line around. Here we go. And we're going to go ahead and load fuel. And bring it over to the dome. And unload it for our ships. Perseverance has 6 out of 50, and they're both named Perseverance, so we need to fix that. And we're going to name one of our ships Oregon Trail. And it helps if I change caps lock. I could have sworn I hit caps lock. There we go. There we go. And the other one we are going to name let's name her Discovery. And we're going to keep Discovery on Mars to do some planetary anomaly work. And so that we know where she is going, let's see, we could send we have 3 medics we could send there. We could send 5 people to Project Mist, which gives us new technologies. I think Project Champion is where we are going to send people, send something though. Project Castile needs people. This time we are actually going to send someone to Project Champion. There we go. And we will send Discovery. We have two rockets on Earth. But there we go. Send Discovery. There we go. So this time Discovery should go to the site on Mars, which will let us be the first ones, I hope, to research a planetary anomaly. And we can look at that in the milestones. All right, so an anomaly, research a breakthrough. Plant a tree on the surface of Mars. All right. Yeah, let's see. We do have a breakthrough being researched, if I remember. Neural empathy. We're going to go ahead and move that up the list a little bit. Not fully, because we do need those drone hub extenders, but by moving it up, we can possibly get that milestone done before our arrivals from Europe. Okay. There we go. And we need to put a fuel depot right next to our landing pad over here because we don't have one. And it would be wise to have a fuel depot over in this area. There we go. 12 people can't be a riot. Ye of little faith and imagination. Is it a riot if it's the only 12 people on the planet? Or is it just a temper tantrum? But anyway, everything is working. So now all we have to do is hope that we get the first Martian born. Mutiny, maybe? Yeah, I could see a mutiny.
Complete.
All right, Explorer AI is done. So now we can add something else. So we could do drone hub, transport optimization. Let's see, systematic training. Scientists and botanists have +10 performance when working in their specialty. Hell yeah, I'm a botanist. Fear my botany powers. Andy Ware, The Martian. Let's go ahead and throw that into the list. We're getting close to the point where we can start actually doing some terraforming as well. But we do want to get these extenders so that we can see if we can get something done about that rock slide underground so that we can move forward with that. And let's see, there's something going on underground. All right, they are waiting on materials for that. Underground Marsquake. Oh gosh, we had a Marsquake. So let's see. Oh, wow. A bubble that collapsed down from the ceiling. This indicates the area is unstable. It is too dangerous to clear this before we know more about the Martian underground. All right. We don't even know where that is. But, excuse me. Oh my goodness. Let's go ahead while we are underground. And we're going to go ahead and put some more lights out while above ground is doing its thing. So here we go. We're going to put, oh, right there looks good as a start. And this is why we need the extenders, the hub extenders, because we're not going to get very far down that tunnel without them. We have no drone commander down below. We have no, without the hub extenders, we have no way of getting our orders to our drones. But we can at least get some light going down this way. And let's see if we can put another light No, it is uneven terrain. Let's see. That should be a good spot. Do we have drones going up there now? And there goes a little drone. Oh, this is cool. Uneven terrain. Show effect ranges. Use left bracket or right bracket to cycle between visual variants for this building. Oh, there are variants. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Remind me to get the record for Farm Simulator 19. Okay. Yeah. That is wild. We have different variants of lighting we can use. Too far from working drone commander. So that's as far as we can go without those hub extenders. But that is wild. We can actually change the way the lights look. That is something else. Okay. So, once we get them, let's go ahead and take our RC Explorer down here and see what we can see, though. And this does make it much easier to figure out where it can go by having more light down this way. And there it goes. All right, and let's go ahead and send it further on. I'm trying to see if that collapse was within the path that we went before, and apparently so. Look at that. Because we did go farther than this. So, alright, so we'll leave that Explorer up there till we can get some working hubs up there. And that gives us a little bit more of an idea what's down here. Let's see what's this way, if anything. Because it is kind of dark this way. All right, if we put... Oh, look, there's another passage. Okay, let's go ahead and put a light tripod down this way. And I'm going to keep them with this particular setup. I kind of like it. And yeah, oh wow, look. More stuff. I wonder how far we can go. I haven't seen any medals or anything yet, but this is absolutely Incredible. Lots of stalactites or stalagmites to take down. Okay, and she can't get any farther that way. How about let's back her up. Doesn't look like she can go that way. Nope. Okay, so that's as far as we can go till we can get some more work done. Okay. Well, that's actually a pretty good spot to stop down below for right
Sector
now.
Scanned.
Let's take a look up above real fast. And we have Oregon Trail is ready to go on her way. And we're sending her back to Earth. Curiosity is still Discovery is still waiting to be refueled. So let's go ahead and go over to our supply depot and get some more fuel. So we can send her off. And there we go. And that's actually a pretty good place, I think. Yeah, that's up on top. Where's the other one? Oh, we have one down here. Let's go ahead and find an RC Explorer, send it to scan that anomaly. And that's a pretty good place to stop for the week. We've got our first people on Mars. We've got several anomalies that we have found. We've got stuff down below that we have found. And really, there's not a lot else to do right today. Scans have detected some interesting readings that might help us discover new technologies. Send an explorer to discover the anomaly. Which one is that? We have that going right now. Okay. And we're just waiting on the one ship to be fueled before she goes off on her way, which will be a good start to next Thursday's stream. So it is now after 5, and I have to get ready for our 8 o'clock stream. So I'm going to just go ahead and save our game. And we are going to save this as new save. Mars Below and Beyond. Okay, so there we go. All right, I hope you all have enjoyed yourselves today, seeing a little bit of what's going on in the new expansion to this. And I hope you'll come back at 8 o'clock for the next stream, which will be Farming Simulator 19. On Sunday, we will be doing a new story game, a new RPG at 1 o'clock. We will be doing Wandersong. And then we will have Farming Simulator 19 on Sunday night at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow, from 5 o'clock to midnight, we are actually going to be doing a special stream. We're going to be playing New World, the new game that comes out on the 28th of September. They're doing an open beta this weekend, and so we are going to be taking tomorrow and doing a special stream with that. So I hope to see you all tonight again at 8. If not, I hope to see you tomorrow at 5, and then on Sunday as well. Other than that, I hope you all have a great night, and I will see you next time. Bye for now.